The dream is gone, but the baby is real. Bad things. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I don't know what we're gonna be working on today, but I got some stuff working yesterday, and so I'll show that off now. I got some physics stuff working. You can push this ball around; it's pretty cool. It reacts to which side you're pushing it on, obviously. If it's necessarily realistic, that's up for debate entirely. Okay, that's realism. I mean, so the problem is that it doesn't like to really roll like a ball would, in terms of like going in a forward notion of it likes spinning, but it doesn't like, like that. Like that would be the normal thing, but it doesn't like doing the normal thing very often. It prefers to just spin like that. So I'm not sure why that is. I've played around with the mu and the restitution and all these values. It doesn't seem to fix it. So I don't know if there's something that I'm missing in my friction equation or something. But I checked it with Jarvis, and Jarvis was like, "Yo, this is amazing, bro. You're like the greatest guy ever." I mean, that's just Jarvis being Jarvis, but maybe I'm missing something, and I need to figure it out. But it works kind of. It works kind of, which is really all I want. Really, I'm not I'm not that we're not making a Call of Duty here, you know what I mean? So it's like we're not making a Call of Duty. Anyway, we don't have any real-time lighting on the ball, which is sad because I think that the ball would look absolutely dazzling with actual lighting on it. Right now, it's just the indirect probe lighting that's lighting it up. That's literally all the lighting that it has, and so that's why when you push it around, it kind of changes color, but it doesn't actually, really change color. So yeah. So yeah, that's the goal for at least the beginning of today, is to get a couple of SSBOs. We're gonna have one for the lights themselves, and then we're going to have another one that is just the indices for the lights that are lighting up the ball in real time. So what that's going to look like is each mesh node is going to have an offset into that buffer and a count, right? And then when we render it, it'll just loop through exactly those lights that need to light up the mesh. So that's the structure that I'm gonna do. I think it's just the cleanest. It's forward rendering. It's fine. I'm not doing deferred because I don't have a PC, right? So that's unfortunate, but this is laptop gaming. Also, the equality found that we're seeing on the right is pretty funny. The equality found is our GJK getting mad at us occasionally. Also, I do 100% notice that it's pretty funny because it's kind of like I have to pretend, because the actual, like, this runs at, like, perfect frame rate, but it's pretty funny. The stream of it is not at a perfect frame rate because of the capture card. So I do apologize for that. I know it's probably not like the most pleasant viewing experience of all time. Anyhow, I think that the indirect probe lighting is being calculated correctly. At least it overall feels sane. Um, but yeah, I think with shadows it'll look a bit better, and with the real time lighting it'll definitely smooth things out a bit more. But we do have to implement it. Right now, it's hard to tell the directional lighting, but there is just one directional light on going straight down. So that's why the ball on the bottom is dark. It just doesn't have a shadow. So that's why it looks weird. But yeah, if you had like a shadow map here, then it would probably look a little bit less crazy. Anyway, I'm happy with the physics stuff. I never really thought that I would, you know, get proper physics working in a game engine. It kind of was always like a dream to me. Like, how the hell do people do this? And it's actually not that complicated. It's really not that bad. The hardest part about, I think, collision and everything is actually the acceleration structures and the stuff that, the actual formulas aren't that crazy. Also, our GJK and EPA need to be changed so that they aren't using malloc and free, which, it was just for clarity for debugging in the beginning, so I need to figure that out as well. So that is the stuff I need to work on. Actually, that GJK and EPA thing has been really bothering me, so I may just go ahead and do that now. But that's gonna suck. That's gonna be really suck. That is gonna really suck. The title of the stream is real-time lighting, and I am now about to do the opposite of that. Okay, so the reason why this is annoying, right? So GJK and EPA are functions that take in a pointer to a convex hull. A convex hull, all a convex hull has inside of it that's relevant to this is vertices and faces. Faces are just indices into the vertex array, right? That's all we care about inside of the convex hull. We don't care about anything else in it, right? So if you go to a convex hull, for example, right, this plane centroid AABB, all we care about is this. We don't care about the BVH. We don't. All we care about is the vertices. Let's just absolutely focus here and make sure that that's all we need. We take in a transformation matrix. We only find the vertices and the faces. I started learning some Win32 API. Projection naturally halted. The resource loading part. The projected naturally halted. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I've used Win32, but only on the Windows XP project, so I don't know if I'd actually be able to be of any help in that department. Okay. Resource loading in Win32 API is kind of difficult. By resource loading, what do you mean? Were you loading in a certain type of file? I don't really. Maybe I just didn't do any of that. I didn't really do any of that, to be honest. Icons, menus, I see. Yeah, I never did that. My UI was very, very basic. I didn't have any anything. Yeah, that's rough. To be honest, I never learned. Other than that, I didn't really ever do anything that wasn't um, what's it called, SDL or GLFW. I never did anything that was off of one of the raw APIs. So that is kind of rough. I do hear a lot of horror stories about Win32. The most annoying thing about Win32 for me was the stupid wide character bullshit. Um, which I'm sure is good for, people that speak other languages and need the wide characters, but that was at least the archaic kind of way of doing it on Windows XP, how you have to like cast every single string. You have to cast it um to the wide characters, or it's kind of ridiculous. The amount of pain that was crazy. Um, yeah, so we just loop through the vertices. So that's completely fine. So it's just the vertices and the faces. In fact, I don't even think that we use the faces, unless in EPA we do, which I don't think we do. I think we pass the simplex, and then the A and the B are just used for the support points. We don't actually use the faces on it at all. So technically all we need is a pointer to vertices and then a count. And we can get rid of the holes completely. We just pass in A vertices and B vertices and a count. And therefore we don't have to malloc a new thing inside of a convex hole. We can just straight up, yeah. It makes a little bit less sense for somebody reading the code base to see, oh, they're just passing in some random array, but it is the way to do it with the memory. Do people ever write clean wrappers, maybe with enums and such, without making it into a library or framework? For Win32, I don't think so. The good thing, GLEW for OpenGL is such a blessing, because it's not a frame. It is just literally a wrapper, and so that's just really, really, really helpful. I do wonder if they do any of that for Win32, because that would really avoid a lot of problems, because Win32, it's one of those APIs that just is so extremely general that it just becomes like nonsense. Like, they have so many like duplicate functions that do very similar things that have like the same name. It's like, it's very silly. It's very silly. And a lot of the Win32 calls, like, you have to pass in like 10 structs. It's like ridiculous, it's absurd. It really is absurd. Yeah. So I can definitely relate to you on that. Okay, so then let's commit to doing this, because I don't think that we use the faces that are actually on it. We only use the faces that we allocate here. So let's just pass in to convex hole pointer A. Let's just pass in A verts and B verts and a count. This is going to be a little bit scary of a refactor, to be honest. So But yeah, we should just do it. This A offset doesn't matter because we now have, or actually, it does matter because that's the player offset, I believe. Yeah, because sometimes we do a GJK with the player, and we need the offset, and it's cheaper to just pass in the offset rather than an entire matrix. Okay, it's not the most glorified thing in the world, but it will get it done. The win class thing per instance is overwhelming. It really is. It really is. I bet that they had like a good reason for doing it, and I like the fact that they have this like callback system with like, you know, Windows updates, you know, and their whole input loop kind of paradigm. The problem is like every time you need to make a new thing, a new button, a new whatever, you know, you have to like give it like your entire birth certificate. It's like fucking ridiculous. But I do get, I guess, why they did it, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is just gonna be verts count, and then instead of cast vec, we'll just go straight into verts, and then this will go count. Okay, scary stuff. A verts, A count, B verts. This is a refactor that I knew was happening, but I'm scared because I know that I'm gonna fuck something up. And it's gonna be really bad. But I just kind of have to send it because if I don't do it now, then, you know, it just needs to happen because it's calling malloc and free every time there's a fucking collision, which is, you know, many times a frame, so it needs to be fixed. I think name params and default params would have helped you, where they be included in C/C++. Name params and default params. Oh yeah. By default params, do you mean like default in terms of initializing a struct, or in terms of a function? I guess you mean in terms of a function. I guess I wouldn't have an opinion on that because I haven't used that, I think. I don't think I've used that. But personally, I feel like, honestly, C, at least for me, like programming in C specifically, I feel like so much of what makes, you know, C is very deliberate. Like everything is so explicit, and so we don't have things like, you know, objects that get, or not objects, but structures that get values that we didn't put there, themselves, right? So that's why we don't really have like initializers and things like this in C. They could have put that in the language for sure, but a part of what makes C C is that you have to do that. Everything that isn't explicitly compile time, you have to write that code yourself, And so I think that that's a part of like the identity of the language. And so without that, I think that it just wouldn't be the same. Okay. We did it. We did it. Now we get to see if my idea actually works, or if we're gonna segfault immediately. Oh, wait, I have to change every time we call this function, which actually isn't that many times. We just call it in camera. Don't we also call it, we also call it elsewhere, but it's just telling me in camera. Okay. Let's just go to look for it here. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. We also do it in physics. Why is it not showing up in physics.c? Oh, it is showing up in physics.c. Okay. If physics.c is the interesting one, since we did have this whole like allocate a thing here and then make a convex hole. So instead of doing this, what we can do is just literally make vertices this and then just pass in, we were passing it in as 2. So this would be bverts 3. And then instead we pass in whole vertices dot buffer whole vertices dot count. And this is vertices. Okay, so basically what's happening here is we have a mesh that has a convex hole, and it is colliding with a static mesh that is just made out of triangles, and we want to pass those raw triangles into GJK and solve them separately. And so we need a way to not pass a convex hole in, but just pass a triangle in, and that's what I made here. That's the whole purpose, is to make something where we can pass both a hole or just raw vertices in, and that's what this is. So that's that. And now we have to do the same thing here, except here we are colliding with another convex hole, right? So our hole, player mesh holes, we're just gonna go whole vertices dot buffer whole vertices dot count, and then this at holes j, this will be holes j dot vertices dot buffer. Okay, hopefully I did this correctly. Alright, everything seems good. Okay. Yeah, we would be getting some severe issues if anything was bad. So I'm glad that we got it done. I'm happy. I'm happy. Okay, good. So that's part 1 of the refactor here. I almost said we factor. That's when you have a refactor that's really small. Okay. The second part is going to be the EPA. EPA works just like incremental hull, meaning that it has a bunch of vectors inside of it that get resized as it expands the it expands the polytope, you know. We want to not be obviously calling malloc and free during a frame, right? So what we want to do is we want to have stack allocated arrays for all of this, right? I looked this up and like what the convention is. Like eventually if this wants to be multi-threaded, right, then you're going to have one of these per thread. You're going to have one of these per thread. So it's a good idea now to just put it in a struct with a bunch of maximums and just call it a day. We need to make a list though of everything that we need to put into its own thing, right? So we have vertices and supports. They're technically redundant arrays, by the way, because our supports have .p within them, which are the points. So we can keep that in mind. They're technically just redundant arrays. The only reason why we wanted it was because expand hull uses vertices rather than sorry, my glasses. Uses vertices rather than the support points. By the way, let's take a look at expand hull. This takes in vectors for everything. But there has to be a way to do this without it, obviously. So let's just look through the functions here. So there's a few functions. Check face visibility. We don't need vectors for any of this. We call vector expand here. We could just make versions of these functions that are for EPA itself, because these are the ones for our incremental hull generator. And technically we want that to be able to go to an infinite amount of size. So it doesn't really make sense to use stack allocated arrays for that. It makes sense to use stack allocated arrays for things that are happening during runtime. So I think that, you know, I hate duplicating code. I love to reuse code where I can. But all of this vector expand shit can't be happening in the EPA. In the EPA, that it can't be happening. So I think we're gonna make a version of these functions for EPA, which sucks. At this point, you're thinking like, why don't we just like create some more files instead of this massive file that's kind of hard to reason about anymore? Like make a file that's just GJK EPA. And then leave this one be. Yeah, I mean maybe. I hate having extra files. It's like we already have so many files in this project, by the way. We really do. And we aren't even close to being done with the files. With the amount of files. Still gonna need like at least like 5 to 10 more. Alright, let's throw it into another file. I think it's a good idea. We're just gonna call it gjk.c. Whoa. Sucks because now we have to now we have to resolve all of the think. We have to resolve all of the references to this. I was thinking earlier, like maybe I should publish my literal notes on GJK and EPA and all this stuff to my website or something. And I actually did get ready to do that, but then I didn't end up doing it. I like wrote out like a whole kind of article about it, about the collision stuff and the incremental hole stuff, but then I didn't end up publishing it, so rip. I also should... Camera.h has a lot of my math stuff, which is kind of unfortunate. Where is this? Oh, it's in utility. Oh yeah, so utilities.h. Yeah, I've got like multiple different like headers that have utilities in them, like math utilities, mathf, camera, and utilities. And so I feel like we should probably just put it into one. But yeah, so obviously expand hole is going to give us, you know, an error here because we don't. Let's just add assert. Okay. So now what we wanted to do is we wanted to write a version of these functions that used a per frame scratch buffer rather than vectors. So that's what we're gonna do. Inside of types, we will put it here. I heard it called a workspace, but I don't actually like. I don't like the sound of that, to be honest. I kind of want to call it EPA buffers. I hope I didn't just spill coffee on my chair. That would suck. I think I did. just like a little bit. God fucking damn it. It's a nice chair. You can't be doing that. Okay. I heard it called a workspace. I don't like the name workspace though. It's just something makes me not like that name. I don't know what it is about it. It just doesn't sit right with me. Anyway, let's just look at everything that we pass into expand whole, for example. Okay, so we need vertices. We're gonna have defines for all of this. I think I'm just I thought about this earlier, and I think I'm just gonna leave everything 256. I think that's a fine amount. We're just gonna leave everything 256, I think. Some of these are surely redundant, by the way. These are surely redundant, but we'll read the code and then see what they are, what it's like. Like, obviously, whole faces and whole indices, well, it's complicated. I can't really explain what the difference is, but we'll circle back to it. We'll circle back. We don't really need all of these though. That's the point. But for now, I'm just going to do this so that we can get it out of the way so that we can start writing the code. We need the types for all of these. The vertices should be vertices max EPA. Vertices. So the vertices should be simple. Basically, so each thread will just malloc one of these EPA workspaces on creation. So hey, what's up, Lexi? How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I'm doing just fine. Just fine. How are you doing? Just been doing some collision code or some physics code, and now I'm refactoring some vectors to not be vectors anymore. These need to be mesh face. And then this needs to be int for the indices. Unknown type name mesh face. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, we're putting it at the bottom then. This is the problem with C, is that you end up with headers like this. You end up with headers like this. That's the problem with C. There's not a lot of problems that I have with it, but that is one of them. Okay. So we have horizon edge, which is horizon edges. Okay, can't complain. How do I keep track of everything going on? It's honestly pretty hard. I try to take notes about like what I want to work on. If you can see in here, I have like just like notes all over the place that help me keep track of it. Fuck headers DBH, I just don't use them, and I put just declaration of structs at the top of .c. I don't really agree with that because that would make my compilation times forever. That would take that would be fucking awful. Okay. I don't think we need horizon counts, but we are just going to make it just to have it for now. And then our faces indices, if I know that people are just coming in right now, so I kind of want to show off what we've got going on right now, which is a ball. And so I made physics for the ball, and that was the fun stuff that I did yesterday. And it works pretty solidly. You get like some spin going on if you hit it on the side. It's not like the most physically accurate ball of all time, but it's my ball and that's what matters. Anyway, what I'm working on right now is I'm making it so that our physics code doesn't allocate during runtime. You just return to regular Vim. Yeah, regular Vim is pretty awesome. NeoVim just slows down my fucking computer with all the stuff and the LSP stuff. I just want to make sure that visible faces indices is an int. Because, you know, our vector type doesn't encode which type it is. Visible faces indices. That would be in here. It is an int. Okay. That's all we care about. Okay, so now we have to read the code and make sure that all of these buffers are actually strictly necessary, because I feel like it's just so many buffers, to be honest. So the reason why these are vectors and there's so many of them is because this happens when we load in meshes. This is our incremental hole stuff, but the same code is also used for collision for much, you know, smaller surfaces that are touching, right? So the idea is to port over the code but make it so that we don't have vectors. The ball is cool. Something that was just floating around. Yeah, it's come a long way and pretty slow. Started writing a breakout game using OpenGL. Yeah, there's a lot to do in it. Yeah, C is pretty awesome. I don't really trust other people to manage my memory, to be honest. The language is simple, no overhead. Yeah, apparently the C++ compilers are pretty good at reducing the overhead, but I don't really care. I don't really trust it, to be honest. Okay, so first of all, let's just add EPA to all of this, because these are going to be the versions that we use in EPA. So visible faces indices. Visible faces indices is how we get the faces that are visible during a frame. Maybe that is necessary. Yeah, that probably is necessary. So instead of taking in vertices, whole faces, whole indices, visible faces indices, what it will take in instead is an EPA workspace. That's what it will take in. Yeah. And everything is explicit. Yeah, I like the fact that you have to handle everything yourself, because I don't know, I just prefer it that way. Let's just try not to fuck anything up here. I hate calling it EW, but let's just call it EW Alright, we need counts for all of this stuff. We need counts for all of this stuff, yeah. And it will just return to 0 at the end. I'm gonna make it size T. I think we can't make the other one size T because they can be -1. Breakout game will have cool shaders and dynamic lighting. Yeah, dynamic lighting is cool, but it is hard. Horizon count. Don't look at it. 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 Okay. Okay, so faces. Gosh, this is gonna be so boring. I said that I was gonna do, you know, real-time lighting today, and then I was like, okay, I have to do this refactor now, because if I don't do it now, then I'm just gonna be lazy about it. Yeah, actually, if we're going to do this EPA workspace separately, what we can do is just actually use one buffer for both the support points, the support vertices, and the Minkowski vertices. We can just call it support vertex, and then we'll use .p. Please. There we go. And then this is going to be okay. We did one function so far. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be painful. I just realized how painful this is gonna be. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. By breakout game, what do you mean by breakout? By breakout game, what do you mean by breakout? Ooh, this is sketchy. This is sketchy. There's like such a high chance that while doing this refactor, I just miss one piece of code. The good thing is that I do have a backup of it so that we can check pretty easily if anything goes wrong. But this code took so long to get right. Like, seriously. This code was so painful to get right. The horizon counts thing, I don't think that we need the horizon counts, because technically we should just if a horizon edge is just referenced once in the list, is this is really not an efficient way of doing this, is it? We find our horizon edges, right? Hold on. So we determine our face visibility, and then for each visible face we check our horizon edges, And then while we're checking the horizon edges, then we check for duplicate horizon edges. No. No, yeah, this is as fast as you can do it because we do it while we go through it. We do it while we go through it. So even though we're touching more memory here, it's faster because then you would need to check after otherwise. So this is actually faster. Oh, breakout, I see. Refactored 3,000 lines. You had to do it. That does sound kind of painful. I obviously have written a lot of code without LSP because I obviously did the Windows XP stuff. So I do understand it. What is counts? Okay. It's a bit funny, you know, it's a bit funny, but don't laugh. And then we need to do the remove from vec thing, but with a buffer. Actually, remove from vec. Yeah, we should just make an array that doesn't cast the vec. Yeah, I think that works. Sorry, I went quiet there for a second because I had to make sure that I wasn't making a big mistake. I think we're safe to, at least for right now, just go EWEPA workspace EW, and then this for whole indices is going to be EW indices, and then we will pass in the offset will be EW visible faces indices F, and then the count will be a pointer to EW visible indices count. So we're removing from that array. And then this will be EW visible faces count. Okay, we're going through it. This is gonna look so clean when we get it done. I'm like gonna be so happy. This code that I wrote on this line is just like cursed. Like, what does that even do? Faces indexed by the indices the indices are indexed by the visible faces indices, which is indexed by F. Let's not talk about it. What does this count? Okay, we're at the last function. We're actually at the last function. I really thought that we wouldn't make it. But we got here. No, yeah, just do vec3s and then .p. And then to get the whole face, we need to get a new whole face, mesh face, which is EW faces, EW faces count plus plus. Okay. We need a center. We need to take in a center, not a bool EPA, because that is EPA. Center, okay. And then EW whole EW indices, EW indices count, whole faces, EW whole faces count -1. Okay. Now we have no bounds checking on any of this. So that's, obviously a big problem, because if we overflow, then that would be really not great. Okay, and now we have to set EW visible faces count equals 0 and all of this stuff. We need to set, because these are per expand whole buffers. Okay. I have no clue if this is working. I have no clue. Every time we get to the top of EPA, EPA will take in a EPA workspace, EW. We will need to set all of the counts to 0. Okay. So we set all the counts to 0, right? That's all of them. Now we have to do the cursed shit. I think we're just gonna get rid of this stuff. Okay. 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 So our vertices, right, our vertices are support vertex. So all we want to do is EW vertices equals that, and then we never have to worry about it again. And then EW vertices count equals 4 for the first 4 vertices of the polytope. And then we need to obviously replace all of the things that say points in here, and you know, God bless Helix here, because without it we would be here forever. And do EW vertices dot P. Now, is it efficient to do so? No, because you're dereferencing a pointer that many times. So we're not actually going to do that. We are just going to, you know, it probably gets figured out anyway, but let's just do this, right? Let's do support vertex PA equals S points A. So let's just do this PBC. We're optimizing this code, so it makes sense to just optimize it instead of just beating around the bush and only optimizing it halfway. It just makes sense to do it correctly. We're going to replace all of points. Whoops, I fucked that up. My bad. Go V. Why did it not? V? Thank you. Oh, actually, no. So we need to go here, P. Yeah, and then get rid of this. And then do dot P at the end. Okay, there we go. Figured all of that out. That's fantastic. And get rid of faces here. So to just be super simple here, what we can do here is actually just go get a pointer to EW faces, and then that should be equivalent, and then go EW faces count equals 4 for the 4 faces that we compute there. And why OpenGL, it's so outdated. using SDL3 low-level graphics API is better than OpenGL. Okay. I'm using OpenGL because don't have the money for a new computer, and Vulkan doesn't work on my laptop. Is that a sufficient answer for you, or, you know, is that sufficient for you, or do you want me to like what? Like, what do you want from me? Thought Virkin works on basically every machine already. No, it does not. I don't want anything, just asking. SDL3 is somewhat similar to Vulkan. I use SDL2. SDL2 is not a graphics API. SDL is not a graphics API. What? Like what? Like what are you saying? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Has new graphics API. Okay. Well, you know, like I'm sure that that's a great option for you. So, you know, that go ahead and do it. I don't know. If you want to know why I'm like kind of pissed off, is just because like I've streamed like 600 hours on this channel, and it just gets worse and worse every time when somebody comes in here and then just like asks me why, you know? Like, don't you think that would just like bother you a little bit? Like just a little bit? Like every time it just would bother you a little bit more? Why are you using old technology? Why don't you have a new computer? Like why, like, you know, it just like it just tilts the fuck out of me. I don't know. I really should have just wrote one pointer at the top and done this without doing this verbose, but whatever. Okay, hopefully I did this right. I fucking doubt it, to be honest. But it is what it is. Uh, let's give it a shot, I guess. Let's give it a shot. I kind of want to know what the counts are when it exits. Oh, also, we have to allocate this. We have to allocate this. It's all right. It's kind of my fault for getting upset. It's just kind of, you know, a touchy subject, I guess. Okay. So we want to allocate this workspace once, and so I'll do so on a init, at least for right now. We'll just have one global workspace, and so we'll make this a global, and then we'll have it per amount of threads. But let's like old hardware. Yeah, I do. I'm a big fan. Let's have. We haven't really done any multi-threaded stuff, but let's just have it to this, to 8, and then let's just allocate the first one and not worry about the other ones for now. Just have it in init globals. We'll just go. Actually, yeah, let's just keep it completely on the stack. No, let's allocate it. Yeah, let's just do that. We have to make a cleanup function. We haven't actually done that yet, but whatever. Let's just leave that for now. And so when we call GJK, we will simply pass in just that global for now. We need to get rid of this in the other header. It should be in mesh.h. We have to get rid of this one. What is it mad at? Oh, it's mad because I don't include it. I think. Oh, because I didn't do that. Okay, and now the only other place it should be is in the physics file. We also need to pass in EW0 here and include it at the top. Okay, let's try and compile and see what errors we get. I'm I'm like almost sure that there's some bug here. We need to add it to the make file. Expand hole. Multiple definition. Undefined reference to EW in init.c. Oh yeah. I didn't actually put it anywhere. Didn't put it anywhere. For this multiple definition, it's probably in. Do I still have it here? No, I don't. Multiple definition of expand hole. There shouldn't be. Oh yeah, there is, because I didn't call it EPA expand hole, did I? Okay. Okay, let's give it a shot. I doubt it works. The fuck, it works? Are you serious? Really? Huh. Okay. Huh. Okay. I guess it just works. Look at the snazzy physics. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, James? SV EW vertices. Yeah, I guess this just works. Oh, wow. I honestly am very surprised. I wonder how close we are. I doubt with these simple meshes we're close to overflowing, but I do want to log all of the counts just to make sure that we are sane. While I decide what I'm gonna do next. Which I think I'm gonna do the lighting pipeline next, because that sounds like fun. Kind of painful that I have to write all of this out, to be honest, but whatever. Oh my gosh, why does it not? Oh my gosh, whatever. It's not lined up. What am I thinking of doing for the lighting? Well, yeah, I kind of wanted to try to do like direct probe lighting, but apparently that doesn't work, and it causes what's called ringing. So I think I'm just gonna do real-time lights. I'm just gonna do forward rendering because I don't have a good computer for deferred. I'm just gonna do the typical like you just determine occlusion on the CPU and then pass in the lights into the shader using an SSBO. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I also have plans for I have plans for lights that go through certain objects, and so not just transparent objects but also just flat things. I have an idea for like ground lighting. That's what I kind of want, and so I have to implement that as well. So I have to figure out how to implement that. All right, so let's see. Wow. Yeah, we have nothing. Yeah, I doubt we ever overflow. What is this, 12? 12 is the max? 12 is the max, yeah. I wonder how much the horizon edge account and stuff gets. There's no way to actually check it since that's internally in the expand whole logic. So 15, 55, 55. Alright, well. Yeah, I think that we're literally bounded because I have a safety here that makes us exit out no matter what. So it's not ridiculous. I'll just leave this for later, just in case I need it. Okay. So as you can see here, we don't actually have like real contact points like a lot of them. We only have 2 contact points, so we don't have like a manifold per se. But I'm not sure how to build a manifold, and I think that that's out of the scope of today. And it's also kind of just like fancy stuff that isn't really necessary for right now, I feel like. Okay. So lighting. How are we gonna do lighting? So if we look at our render loop right now, we need to start to have two different things for objects. We either need mesh nodes to be static meshes or not static meshes, right? Static meshes are going to get light mapped. Not static meshes just don't get light mapped. It's very simple. So I feel like that's pretty important. So this is a part of it. So this is light map instanced, which basically means static. Especially this BVH prim means that these together means that this is a static mesh. BVH prim and light map instanced. In fact, we should probably just make this one flag that's just like static or not, because then we treat them different ways. Yeah. So let's just, for now, it's just very simple in a knit mesh. Let's just make this bool static. Is static, since that's a keyword. Okay. So the mesh light map instance equals is static. Because if it's static, then it's going to be light map instance. If BVH prim, if is static. And if it isn't, then we run an incremental hole and get a hole for it. Someone who wants to work with coding in the future, do you recommend going for a software engineer, and do you recommend learning C++ or Rust? I mean, I don't really know what software engineer really entails, to be honest. There's like a lot of different, software engineer positions. You can be like a .NET guy. You could be like a database guy. You could be it'd be a web designer. You could be a gameplay programmer. You could be anything, if a software engineer. So, I don't know. I recommend coding, and if you want to learn something specifically, then learn that something specific, But software engineer just isn't really one thing, Okay, so that separates our meshes into static or not static. We want to have, well, that's on the mesh data itself. Really, I feel like that should be on the mesh node. Yeah. For now, we won't worry about it. If we want to load in a mesh as static and as not static, then we'll just load it in twice. Because at the end of the day, it's complicated, but not static meshes have a different acceleration structure. So it kind of needs to be separate. Okay, so then we'll use the mesh itself to determine what we're doing with it, right? So if m lightmap instanced, then we do that versus that. Yeah. But I think we also want to change the shader that we do. I think I want two different shaders. I want the first shader to be for static objects and the second for not static objects. Just to keep them separately. I think I'm passing a flag in though now. I pass in use probe or not use probe. Yeah, I mean, we should really have two shaders, I think. Game dev would be cool. Yeah, I think game dev is cool. I would recommend learning C++ then. Not that Rust is bad, but I just recommend C++ over Rust, just in general. I think Rust is kind of a language that makes a lot more sense if you're like if you've got like 10 years deep in C++ or whatever, and you're like looking for a language to learn, you know, or you're learning it for a team or whatever. If you're learning programming for the first time, don't learn Rust. It's not because it's too hard. It's just it's not going to teach you how to program. You know? That's what I recommend. So do C++. I don't think Rust is good for learning how to program. It's just going to teach you to hug your compiler and hug your debugger and all that. Yeah. So static meshes will just go to another shader. I think that's what we're gonna do. It's just very simply a mesh gets put into one shader or another based on if they're static. It's very, very simple pipeline. Nothing complex about it. And so I think I'm just gonna make another one. It's just kind of a pain in the ass to do this every time. So we're gonna separate into static and dynamic now. One is just gonna get light map, and then the other one we will solve for the lighting. Yeah, I think Rust can be used to write engines for sure. I think it definitely can. It's just not. There's a lot of friction, for sure. I wish that there was a way to rename. Is there a way to rename? That would be really nice. But I end up just having duplicate things for that reason. A competent doubly linked list in Rust. Yeah, I made a chess engine in Rust, and had to use a bunch of unsafe stuff for when I was doing the multi-threaded stuff. So I do get it, but there are definitely upsides to Rust. Um, at least I think. I should really just replace the flag. I'm like going back and forth in my mind if I should replace the flag, and I think we're just gonna replace the flag with lightmap instance will just become the. Oh, I already have bool static mesh here, so I should just use that flag instead. That's gonna cause a lot of problems elsewhere though. Like, I don't know where yet, but it probably will cause some issues. But whatever. If it's a static mesh, then we will bind the static, else we will bind the dynamic. You added syntax color to your theme. This is just the GitHub dark theme. I go back and forth with my different stuff, you know. I do like my themes as well. It's just kind of like the mood that I'm in, I guess, you know. I just get in a different mood. I'm just gonna make basically the pipeline that I'm doing is very simple for this engine. I don't want it to be like insane abstractions like I had with the last engine. What I'm doing is I'm just literally going to make two functions, one for static meshes and one for dynamic meshes. This stuff obviously needs to be in a UBO, but we'll figure that out in a second. For a static, all we want is the light map shader. Yeah, we got to figure this out too. We got to figure that out. Oh my gosh. Let's just... This is such a pain in the ass. It's whatever. It's fine. Who cares? The reason why I'm doing this is because I want the probe lighting to be separate since it's so hefty. We're just gonna move this down into here and then never think about it ever again. This is also probes. As a better software conference talks, I have not. The recent ones, I probably have. I think I keep getting stuff in my recommended from that, but I haven't actually watched any of it. I have not watched any of it. Basically, I want to do everything but the light map for the dynamic shader. Well, I'm a dunce for not doing this. We want to take in the mesh node pointer mn, and that's very simple. Okay, now we don't have a bunch of fucking code here. We don't have to use this use probe anymore since that's implicit. If lightmap instance, meaning static, then we do this draw call. And if not, we do this draw call. Okay. That's very simple. Now the actual shit itself, we don't use probe anymore. We're just going to, this is going to be the thing for the probe lighting, for the dynamic lighting. And then here we won't sample the light map. It's just going to be T times V color. And then here's where all the dynamic lighting logic is going to go, obviously. And then we won't have the light map here, and then everything else is fine. Get rid of this shit. The recent ones? No, I haven't. Are they good? Okay, and for the static, we're just going to use light and no V color, and then we'll get rid of the probe text stuff. And we can also get rid of this stuff. We just want the light and the T. Very simple. And for the static vert, we don't want any of this stuff. We'll clean up more of this later, but that's just the basic idea. That we don't want any of that, don't want that. That's the basic idea. Okay. I bet that in lightmap.c we have some, we don't. Hello? Why don't we have any issues? Why don't we have any errors? I got rid of the lightmap instance flag. Why don't we have any errors? Why? Why? In bake lightmap build UV islands. Oh, I think it's because we don't even skip on not static meshes. That needs to change, obviously. I think I was running into seg faults earlier, and then I just like caved, and then I didn't bother with it anymore, but we probably should. Oh, if not BVH prem, I go based on BVH prem. But BVH prem is just the same, is just the static. If not static mesh, then continue. Okay, there we go. That should be the same thing. And yeah, is that it? Is that everything that I needed to do? Let's see. No. I still have light map instance up here, which should be static mesh. What are your long-term plans? I don't really, I wanted to make a game. I had an idea for a game. And so I guess that's the long-term plans. Light map undeclared identifier. Oh, there we go. Yeah. That's literally it. I have an idea for a very moody, dark sort of RPG. And that's it. Kind of like in the style of like Wizardry 8, but like, I don't know, dark and full of blue light and shit. Kind of like that. Okay, so why is it black? Why is it black? I probably missed something somewhere. I'm just gonna guess that it's not binding the dynamic shader. Hello? I'm just gonna check if we get in here. Making an ARPG too. Yeah, I love RPGs. I think this one's gonna be more turn-based though. We are getting into it. Okay. Well, why are you being weird? Oh, I know why you're being weird. I know why you're being weird. I don't actually bind the shaders. Duh. 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 Very simple this time. I used to have a lot of stuff going on with all the different shaders and how different triangles could have different, you know, and the batching and the, you know, whatever. This time we're having dynamic objects get one shader, static objects get the other shader, and you just call it a day. At least for right now, it's going to be that simple. Okay, so now that we got that squared away, we can now do the SSBOs for the lights. For the lights. Lights will be a vector, a global vector. A global vector. That's it. That you can change during runtime. I don't think we're gonna make it stack or arena. There's really no reason to do so, because the lights will be known beforehand. It's just for editor purposes that you can add on to lights. So I think that that's what I'm just gonna do. I'm just gonna have a vector and of lights, and then we upload them straight into the SSBO on update. I want to program things like you, and I did program with C for close to a year. I studied OpenGL yesterday to build Minecraft clone, but I want to know how to load a chunks or map. Well, I did a chunking system for the space sim. It was a bit complicated because because the meshing was done in 3D in real time, and that was kind of the pain in the ass there. What I did for that chunking system was basically, well, I had LODs. What LODs are is just the stuff that's further away is less detailed, right? And so the way I did it, right, was I simply had a grid around the player, a 3D grid with just, chunks, and each chunk was hashed in a table. 2 different tables. One of them was for chunks that had 0 things in them, so that you didn't render them, or so that you didn't render them, so that you didn't, do anything with them. And then I had another table that just hashed what LOD levels they were at. And then at the end of the frame, what I would do was check based on the player if there were any changes to make, and then I would check within those hash tables, if those changes were necessary, basically. And then at the end, I basically sorted 2 arrays. I sorted all of the potential jobs to do that frame and all of the chunks based on if they were within the view frustum or if they were if how far they were from the camera. I scored all of them, and then I sorted both of the arrays, and then the most important jobs replaced the free ones. Article with that map. I didn't have an article. I just kind of did it myself. Got chocolate yogurt and you're learning Ruby. That's cool. I didn't really have an article. You can watch the streams, or, if you ask me on Discord, I can probably give it to you, but it might not be, I'm sure that there's a lot of Minecraft clones out there that probably have a better chunking system suited for that you should do. That's what I'd say. There's probably way better resources that are suited to exactly Minecraft chunking systems that you can do. Let's just have it in globals. What is our light? What is our light struct? Our light has position, dir, RGB, intensity, R. The thing is, if I upload all of that to an SSBO, it's going to be slow as fuck. So I either make a light struct for GPU light or something. Also, I don't know what... Yeah. because the padding is going to be a pain in the ass. I have to make these. I'd have to do this, right? You would have to do you would have to do this for the padding. We can do this. And then what at the top? What does this end up in? Rewrite in Ruby? No. To be honest, I don't understand, because in graphics programming I'm bad. I'm sure that there are definitely articles out there for exactly what you're doing. What kind of light is this? Point, spot, sun? Well, it can be any. That's the beauty of it. Let me look this up. I think it's 32-bit. Implementation defined. Oh, interesting. I never actually did this. How do I change enum type? I've never done this. I've never had an enum inside of a oh, you can. Okay. So just do what's the syntax for this? Oh, it's after. There we go. I've never actually done that before. Spot should have angle. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have spotlights really figured out yet, or implemented yet. So I do. So then this can go down here in this padding. Now that it's a UN32T, and then this is, and then whatever else we need in here can go in. But you should just be able to upload this to the GPU. I don't think that R is ever used. It's just the intensity itself. So now let's read 4. Combine intensity and RGB. I guess you could, but for my baked lighting, the intensity is exactly what is used to determine the diffuse. So I guess you could, but for now we will not do that. Okay. Yeah, I think that you do need this anyway, so okay. So we'll just have a vector of lights then, and let's just get it ready. Okay. we want to start with 4 lights, which is exactly what we do in our light map. We have hard-coded our 4 scene lights, and we instead want to move this into the vector. And so I'm just going to hard-code these on init for now. And that's just going to be our scene lights, and then later we can figure it out. We're going to expand by 4 and just put those in. Okay. And then instead of doing this, we will when we solve for our lights, instead of doing light count, we'll just go based on the globals.lights.count. And then we will solve it by we'll cast it out here. And that will just replace it right there. That will just replace it right there. Okay, so let's just check that this works. And then after I do this, we should be able to pass it to the SSBO. Alright, sounds good to me. Looks fine. The lighting looks absolutely normal. Okay. So how are we going to, and when are we going to upload this to the, and in what file does this go in? Because it can't go in light map. Can't really go in entity. I guess it can go in render. I guess it can go in render is fine. This is a funny little thing. It's gonna upload the lights. We do need to set up the SSBO though. Do I have the boilerplate for that? I don't want to have to. I'm just gonna grab it. Did I implement physics from scratch? Yeah. We will have a light SSBO. That's what we're calling it. Okay. And usually we have a standardized size for this thing. which kind of makes me wanna have a maximum amount of lights so that we can subdata it rather than uploading the whole thing. But let's define a max lights number just to have this here. Just something large that we're never gonna hit. And then when we're ready to upload it, then we'll just GL buffer data it. We won't worry about subdataing it. Okay, and that should upload it to the light SSBO. So if we just simply call this every frame, upload lights, theoretically all that data should be in the thing. Now the question is, how do I get it out? Isn't it I think it's binding equals 0, like this. And now we have to move over this into here, which is quite unpleasant. I've become a lot happier with the padding, the way padding works with this GPU stuff. It's really not as bad as it was before, but I guess that those are like famous last words, you know what I mean? Okay. Oh wait, actually this is this goes in here. Okay, I think that's correct. I think that's what we like to see. And for now, let's just hard code, because we know that there's 4 lights. The thing is that these aren't only point lights. If L dot light type equals 0, Let's just do it like this, right? If it's 0, then it's a point light. And what's the formula again? I should look up what's the. Actually, I'm just being dumb. I have the fucking formula right here. All right, I think that's the formula, and then you just multiply this times l.color, and then we just have a and then v color plus ACK. All right, let's give it a shot. I may have done the padding wrong and things like this, which, okay, so syntax error 22. I didn't put a, whoops. Only allowed for buffer, Oh, what's the buffer? You just call it buffer. I called it uniform. Pause undeclared identifier. I meant l.pause. And okay, let's give it a shot. 86. Cannot convert from, oh. Whoops, my bad. Okay. Okay, I have a feeling like the direction is incorrect. Okay. 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 Let's try the negative dir. Supposed to be a blue light here as well, but it's not really. planning to do PBR? Maybe. Maybe. When I pass in normal, I don't actually transform the normal. So this should be V normal. I didn't transform the normal. That wouldn't just that wouldn't cause what we're seeing itself though. An undeclared identifier. What are we talking about? Oh. Just do that for now. Okay. Well, that's completely fucking fried. Oh, because this is... Whoops. Yeah, if I had to guess, the disk just isn't correct. But I do transform the position here. And that does work for other things, so... Which light is that? Which one is the green one? Is it the first one? Does the order matter? No, it's not. It's this one. Or it's this one. Wait a second. I'm stupid. I'm not supposed to be using the elder. I'm supposed to be using the... Supposed to be using this stir. That shouldn't that only affects the normal though, not well, the blue shows up now. Okay, maybe this just works now. Surprised that the red doesn't show up, like... Oh, because it's inside of it. There's some mad bright lights, yo. Let me try something. Let's try not using the probe lighting and just use this. Because it may be additively... That is pretty bright. It is pretty bright. Bolder white, I guess. I don't really think it's the texture that's changing anything though. Yeah, it is pretty bright. We don't have the directional light either, obviously, so that's why the faces are black other than the lights. I mean, it's obvious that the position is correct. It's just, the lights are quite intense compared to the baked lighting. Maybe it's dis squared, so I'm supposed to do d2 times d2 though. I think that's probably what it is. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's perfect now. That's perfect. Okay. Everything as planned. What the fuck? Crazy shit just happened on my other monitor. What the fuck? It's like a program just opened on its own. Like what? That's crazy. I don't know if we want to do this switch in a hot loop here, or if you just want to have the directional light just hard coded in. But for now, we'll just keep it. We'll just keep it here. So you won't have dist here. Just go times intensity. And the dir will be the elder. Alright, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Obviously, we have this value. You can do it that way and then later make 3 shaders and then substitute if with if. I guess I don't think you would want to do that. You would want 1 shader because you're passing it in and then looping it through. What you would probably do is you would probably just like have it as the one directional light as a uniform, but it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Obviously we have this number coded in, hard coded in, and we don't want that. We want to have another SSBO for each object's indices. And then at the start of a frame, we will determine occlusion and which lights are close to the object, and then push it onto this other buffer. That. And then each mesh will have a an offset and an index into this buffer that tells it what lights it needs to render. The tricky thing is going to be populating that list, obviously. But we should do that. Also, we are uploading every single light every frame instead of just once. But we'll do that later. So, we want to make a function that does this. So, sorry, I'm just in my head thinking about you can use one shader but pass different defines. I see. I need to see if I just got stuck in my head thinking about shadow maps. I have to reset here. What's the formula that I use to determine if it's out of visibility? I use also, I'm supposed to have a maximum. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's go to 4. Let's only have 4 lights can affect it at once. And we'll just sort by distance, I think. Yeah. So what is the... When I solve for lighting, it's this. It's this. It shows this value. Should probably define that as well. Okay. So we want to take this here. R in the light structure, is that for culling? It isn't. It isn't in the light structure anymore. I deleted it. Okay. Do you want to factor in light intensity, not only distance? I am factoring in light intensity. I did. I'm factoring in light intensity here. This is light intensity. Light intensity divided by D2 is less than this value. I typed it before the code is okay. Okay. I'm gonna do this a really naive way. There's probably a much more efficient way of doing it that keeps track of the lowest every time so that you don't have to iterate through it. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to, when it's necessary, check for the lowest. So, yeah. You could probably, like, really insanely optimize this by every time you put a new light in, you keep track of which one is the lowest. But I'm just gonna check. Okay. You want the highest val. You want the highest val. If the highest val is less than D2. It's not bad. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not optimized. No. If you have a lot of meshes, this has to happen per frame, so it's kind of bad. If the highest val is less than D2, then we want to replace it. That should do what I want it to do. You don't need this. That should do what we want it to do. And then we have the 4 closest here. And so we want to have a moving offset here. So let's just put this on the mesh node itself. Kind of seems stupid, but I already have this here. Let's just call this light offset, so that when we render it, it's fine. So we want to go mn light offset equals offset, and then the mn light count equals the closest count. And then we need to actually make that SSBO, because I didn't actually make it before now. Is n greater than 32 naive? Naive doing better? Yeah, I mean, so this basically, if you hit 4 early, if you hit 4 lights early, and you have to go through this again and again and again for each subsequent light, you're doing so much extra work trying to find the highest one, when if you just do this every time you add, only when you add a light, and then cache the highest val and the highest index, then it would be better. But it would be simply faster. But you know, I'm not gonna really worry about it right now. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Yeah, the thing is, how do I do this buffer without making a vector? You kind of want to make a you kind of want it to just have a maximum size. All right. Okay, so now we need to put it onto a buffer, upload the buffer. Yeah, let's just... For now, let's just malloc this thing once. Since it's just going to have an upper limit, let's just malloc this thing once. Let's just allocate it once in a init and then not worry about it. Okay. Okay, equals closest indices 0. Okay, that's how we do it. And then at the end, we're just going to upload it just like we do the light SSBO. And we're going to do GL buffer sub data this time. And we're just going to go to offset. Offset size data, right. Offset size data, okay. We will bind it at 1. And now in our shader, we have the mesh light indices here. And now each we will take in a uniform per mesh that is just light offset. Actually use ints instead. Don't ask me why. Do not ask me why. It's just the way it goes. Oh shit. That's a different offsetting count that I get rid of. God fucking damn it, that keeps happening. I think my keyboard is going, or my mouse or something. And for our dynamic objects, we will pass in a uniform. We need to make these better, of course. But for now, they'll be hard-coded like this. I think that's what I called it, right? Light offset and light count. Okay, and now instead of going through this, we'll go through light count, and then this will be an index into light indices. Light offset plus I. All right, let's see if we did this correctly. Okay. Definitely feels laggy, actually. Definitely feels laggy. Actually, to just prove that it feels laggy, I want to turn this off. Or actually, turning this off doesn't matter. I believe it's the upload that's fucking causing. Oh, hold on a second. I didn't actually call the function. That's what's happening. I didn't call the function. Determine light visibility per mesh. I didn't call that function. I might have to profile later to see if there's something that's causing any lag. So far it seems good. I do want to check to make sure we aren't just setting all of them all the time. Also, we only want to do this for the if M is a static mesh, then continue. I want to see the light count, just to make sure that we are culling lights based on distance. You can print some metrics? Yeah. Yes, I can. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. No, yeah, it's permanently at 3 or 4. Does not go down. Yeah, I'm assuming that the minimum light visibility dist is God, whenever I change something in this header, it's just takes forever to compile. Really? Oh, I think I realized what's happening. Oh no, but it should still cull here. So this is like 40 divided by D2. 40 divided by yeah, maybe you need that to be bigger actually. Yeah, that might actually have to be like a big number, because D2 for like maybe like 5 units away from it, that would be like 5 or something actually. Let's try 4. Because like some of our lights have like a visibility intensity of like 30. And so they only like span really like 4 or 5 units. Okay, well now that fucking ruined everything, huh? Okay, never mind. That's too much. I think I played with this earlier. and I decided on 0.01, but I think that was, see, yeah, so it does cull a bit early. Yeah, it does cull a bit early. It is a touchy value, so yeah, it does suck that I have to recompile the whole thing to do it. Anyway, I mean, at the end of the day, 4 lights on one object is, how much is 1 unit in the game? I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, it turns off. It literally turns off. Yeah, I think 0.1 is kind of where you're supposed to have it, so that it doesn't. Yeah, So 0.1 I think is where you're supposed to have it. Yeah. I wonder why the light count is 0 here instead of. Oh, because of the position. I think directional lights should always go through, so I don't know if they should contribute to the count or what, but they should always go through. So, yeah, I think you want to do this beforehand. Yeah. Yeah. Because they need to be on the array beforehand. Or okay. So that it always replaces. Hey, what's up, Nigma? Are you going to have a fictional planet with more than one sun? I don't really think so. It's going alright. Just working on some lighting and some boulder stuff. Yeah, so it should always have the directional light now. Over here it should go to 4. Okay, there we go. And is there popping in and out? There is. I don't think I put this to 0.1 though. Yeah. Cool, I'm glad that you find it cool. I don't really know what I'm going to work on next. I kind of implemented what I wanted to today. Which was just the real-time lighting and yeah, over here it goes to, yeah, I think that's how you want it, really. Do I have a to-do list? Not really right now. I need to do shadows. But I don't really know how to do point light shadows. I've never done that before. I've only done shadow mapping. And I need to make it so that there's only one directional light, so that the only one directional light gets shadow mapped per thing. Implementing shadow mapping is such a pain in the ass, though. Like, it really is. Like, it's kind of unfun. When I did it before, it was, like, really fucking unfun. Currently losing my insanity from setting up and installing multiple OSs for test. That sounds awful. That does sound awful. Yeah. I guess we can do the shadow mapping stuff, but I feel like that's just gonna put me in a bad mood, to be honest. I feel like it's just gonna put me in a bad mood. Bad mood. Something immediately that we could do is just like have some dirty flags in here that just say very simple, so that we only do if that's very simple, and then just that simple, really. That should help us out a little bit. Do it for the spot. It's easier. I don't really have spot really done yet, and then I'd have to implement it with the light map stuff, so I kind of don't want to do that either. And plus, I'm probably not gonna do shadow mapping for spotlights. It's gonna be cube maps. Shadows from the ON to 6 shadow maps? From the point? No, I'm not doing 6 shadow maps. I'm doing cube maps. Is fun when it works out of the box? Well, yeah, that's got to be the best bragging rights of all time when it works out of the box. So. Okay. We can do the shadow maps. I have to remember how to do it, though. We're just gonna hard code it for the directional light for now. It needs its own FBO and shit. God, do I really want to do this? Yeah, I think so. I'm just gonna copy the boilerplate, since there is a lot for this, and then we can do it. Where are my other textures? Do I not have a main texture? It's just straight on the default frame buffer, I guess. Fix a bug with Linux Mint Swine. How did that happen? Okay. All right, let's read. Let's do some reading. When I do the shadow map pass, the fucked up thing that I have to figure out is the light camera. Update light camera. I want to copy this exactly because this is the exact. I need make ortho. I already have it. I actually do. I already have this in my camera. I don't. Okay, so let's get that function. Update light camera. This is exactly the function that we need. And so this dir is going to. We'll have. The thing is, we have a light camera just for the light itself. That's how we were doing it. My mouse is going, I think. Wait, ortho is only for the sunlight. It's gonna be useful for the directional lights, yeah. Linux-based OSs I've tested just doing CalWorks. Yeah, that's interesting that the alias didn't work. Okay, so we have the update function for that. So how does the render call work again for it? How does the render call work for the... This is for the water. All right, the water doesn't happen separately. We just do this for the. Yeah, we do. I just didn't have it enabled, but you do this. You call face front for it. And you pass in the light camera projection and the light camera view. Yeah, this is a pain in the ass, actually. Okay. I'm just gonna steal it. Because I need exactly this. But the rest I'm gonna have to do on my own. So we need to do this first. We need the shadow map shader, we do. The good thing though is that we can probably just copy the shadow map shader itself from here, because it should be exactly the same, just with a different vertex layout, which is great. It's fucking fantastic. I'm so happy about it. Aren't you happy about it? The shadow.frag is actually empty. You only want the vertex because of how it works out. I'm not testing every case within an OS. Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty reasonable thing to do, yeah. Okay, so grabbing from this, we will take in this vertex layout. It's going to be exactly this. And then our pos will just equal a position. And we will get rid of that. And then get rid of all of this. Get rid of this. And it should just be that, I believe. That's it. Hopefully. Okay, so we're gonna make a new shader. Right now we don't have any cached uniforms. If you have dithered transparency, you would need a frag shader. Yeah, I guess. Just based on the stuff that I've done before, though, I just do it with a flat vertex shader. Okay, shadow mapping, shadow mapping, shadow mapping, shadow mapping. We can get rid of this uniform. This light cam. This light cam is what we need to update every frame. Update light camera. And we're going to... Right now, let's cheat. Let's cheat right now. We're gonna cast vec globals dot lights, and we'll just cheat and just put in lights 3. We'll figure it out later. We'll figure that out later. How to do it on the current directional light, we'll figure it out. We already have the default, and then render mesh planet. This is the part where you help me out. Except we won't draw our static meshes, so we will just continue on the static meshes. We only want to draw the dynamic meshes, and bind dynamic shader we will not be doing. We'll only be doing the shadow map shader and just rendering it like that. Yeah. Then we want to bind the regular frame buffer and then do all of this stuff. Only after. Maybe some of this stuff needs to be up there. I'm not really sure. I think it does, to be honest, probably. Let's just leave it up here for now and then figure that out later. Okay, so we update the light camera. We're drawing to the shadow map FBO now. Fantastic. The tricky part is that we have to sample that frame buffer as a texture for what we draw afterwards. So let's figure out how to do that. I'm pretty sure what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to put it onto texture 0, and we'll just do, how do you deal with the acne? Did I add bias or invert the faces? I'm going to deal with that in the shader. Shadow map texture, and it will be shadow map. And we want to do it for the static as well. This one will be 2. And we want to put that in here. In the fragment shader, we will put shadow map in both of them. We're going to duplicate some code here. Alright, so let's get the code for this. I think it's in the fragment shader. No, this isn't it. It's this. This is how you do it. This is the code. But before you get into here, you have to do something in the vertex shader that's a bit funky. You have to take in the light projection and the light view matrix and then get the V frag pause light space. That's what you have to do. What are you yourself working on? I wanted to make a game, and so I thought I'd make a new game engine to make the game. A lot simpler than my first one, but a lot better too. So that's what I'm kind of working on. Okay, so inside of the vertex shader, we need to take in light proj and light view. Normal things? Yeah, I guess so. So we're going to take in the light proj and the light view, and then that's what we will pass to the frag shader so that we can recompute, we need to reproject it into the shadow map space. You have renewed determination. Is that so? I don't know about that. I'm just bored again. A game design document, a tech design document, or just wing it? I haven't really made a game before, so I'm not that technical about it. I'm just gonna model and create what I have in my head, and I have a few ideas in my head, so that's all. Okay, so what do I use this vfrag pause light space for? I just pass it straight into the shadow calculation. Okay, got it. Got it. So this shadow calculation, this is the formula and the dithering. Well, not the dithering. What am I saying? Dithering. And the blurring that happens in a 3x3 around it. Okay, so that gives us the shadow, and how we do it with the shadow is we do 1 minus the shadow. And that should be it. And that's for the static. We also have to copy the same exact thing into here, and then do the same calculation for the dynamic lighting too. Is it a small game? I don't really know yet. It's gonna be a turn-based RPG, but in 3D. And there's gonna be a lot of walking around and looking at weird shit. I think that's the way I would describe it. But I don't know exactly if it's small or big. It's not like you know, it's not like an itch.io demo sort of thing, you know. But I'm not making the next Skyrim either, you know. There's a reason why I want to do my own engine, because I have a very particular sort of idea for the lighting and stuff. That's kind of the plan. Okay, I just kind of blacked out, so I don't know if I fucking did it right. I just kind of blacked out for like the last 10 minutes while I coded that. So I have zero clue if this is gonna work. I just kind of blacked out, so everything looks kind of fine, but yeah, I have no clue. Like, literally zero fucking clue. Oh yeah, I definitely do need to actually, what I do need to do is I need to bind the model matrix here. I need to bind the model matrix to the shadow map shader. That is something that I definitely need to do. All right. 2 4 hours experience. I'm not sure. I don't really have a length yet in mind. As long as I have ideas for, I guess. Undefined reference. I never actually made those things inside of the top of main. And what else did I miss? Shadow map shader. Okay. Now let's see if I know what I'm doing at all. Shadow dynamic.frag undeclared identifier. Right, I didn't copy over the call for it. And this isn't, what is this? Float diff. Do I ever use this in here? This shouldn't be in there. There's no use of this. Oh, it is. Oh. What? Diffuse. NL. Oh, shit. Okay. GNOME is so slow. I I wouldn't know. I don't use any desktop environments, so I would have no clue. Okay. So in this case, let's just do this, because this is... Wait. But this is only for dynamic objects. Maybe for now we just don't use a bias. Let's just not pass in a bias for now, so that we can move on with our lives. What? I think you have to have something in it, or else it... What? I think you have to have something in it, or else it freaks out. Okay. I don't see anything different. I don't see anything different. So this is the part where we do some thinking. This is the part where we do some thinking. I knew this was gonna be a pain in the ass, but whatever. Except FCE. Yeah, I use it. I installed it like default when I did Mint. Yeah, so that I did use. Size. I do have that actually, so that's good. I'm a bit biased as I genuinely dislike the look/locations in GNOME, but it feels sluggish. Oh yeah, I don't actually get the uniform locations for this. Or actually, in here, it's called it's called this. I do also... I didn't actually... These have to be in here as well. Yo, what's up, Rob? Just has Claude, and it said the Oogle machine is not boogling correctly. That sounds scientific. That sounds like some scientific business. Okay, we're not seeing anything. That's concerning. I wonder if this... So this is count. Never mind. I am taking them in, right? Yeah. Sorry. Frank pause light space. I kind of wish that this just worked, because debugging this, I don't think you understand, debugging this is going to be such like a legendary pain in the ass. Like such a seriously, like insanely, like legendary pain in the fucking ass. Like you have no idea. You've genuinely like no idea. Hold on, hold on, hold on. The hell is that? I think I'm tweaking. There's something out of the corner of my eye that I keep seeing. Earlier refactoring is the golden rule. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if this clear color shit has something to do with it. Oh, hold on a second. We could be, I think it's something to do with that actually. Let's try clear coloring it to nothing. And I am updating the light camera every frame, right? With lights 3. Let's try not negating the light direction or something. Nothing. Alright, we might have to get creative. We may have to get creative. Let's try like less distance. Fuck. Okay. Alright, let's get creative. I want to see just the shot. I mean, well, we're obviously not getting anything. Let's try getting vfrag pause light space. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Everything worked today, except for this. Everything went well today, except for this. Okay, so are we just being funny, or wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? Why? Why is this not, why is this not changing anything? Wait, what the fuck? Is that shader just not getting called? Wait, I'm so confused now. I'm so confused now. What? The fuck are we talking about? I'm gonna lose my mind here. What the fuck are we talking about, bro? Am I in the wrong directory? Like, what? So what shader is that going to? Sorry, the chat is going. I'm editing the wrong file. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly. That's bizarre to me though. I have to check. I mean, this is crazy. Did I fucking... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I just forgot to change that when I refactored it. Oh my gosh. Well, I take back everything I just coded. I regret everything that I just coded. Actually, let's take this just in case. I do regret everything that I just coded. I just forgot to change the name. Okay, now bring this... Wait, was there a shadow? I think there was a shadow there. Or did I just hallucinate a shadow there? I think I hallucinated a shadow there. Gosh darn it. Okay. Let's see the vfrag pause light space. Now I don't know what we're exactly supposed to see. Yeah, I remember there being like so many like weird things with this, with like how the depth buffer is supposed to be set up, pointing somewhere else towards the ground than towards the ground. What vector? It's a shadow map. So basically the way a shadow map works is that there's a camera where the light is, and it's rendering this. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything stupid that I'm missing before I, you know, take it apart. I don't think so. Let's try not doing any culling. Yeah, the weird thing is that underneath, as you could just see, there appeared to be something under there. Hold on, let's just see that again. See this, like, that might be the cube itself, but I don't think so. I think that's the shadow. That's not the cube. Or maybe it is. Maybe I'm tweaking. Probably is the cube. What I did last time when I had to debug this was I what I did last time when I debugged this was I basically rendered it to the screen. I rendered the shadow map itself to the screen just to see what it saw. But to do that is actually like an insanely big pain in the ass. Like I'm not fucking joking. Like it's actually like really an insane big pain in the ass. Wait, hold on a second. I think I named it wrong. I think I named something wrong here. This is supposed to be projection. I named it projection instead of proj. Okay. Well, that's mean of you because I thought that I fixed it. That's very mean of you. Okay. Well, never mind, I guess. There could be a million things that are wrong. There could be literally a million different little things that are wrong. But vfragpos lightspace gave us something, so that does mean that we're onto it somehow. The vfragpos lightspace might need to be times the model, though. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, actually. I think it is times the model, actually. That makes sense to me. That does make sense to me. There is like a high chance that I just like misspelled something somewhere or named something the wrong thing. There's like a pretty decent chance, to be honest. Also, something to think about. What do I do in here that I wouldn't do over there? I don't think that there is anything, actually. If only there was a way. I don't really understand how any of this works, but I guess what I could try and do is just just return closest depth. Just skip all of the extra blurring logic. Okay, well that was kind of fucked. When I put it to the screen next time, keep the code? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it just turns everything black. How about this? I kind of wonder if our depth buffer is the other way around. But I don't know. I don't think so. Can nuke the for loop. Yeah, I just tried to nuke the for loop and it didn't work. So I wonder what this is. Let's just try setting that to 1. Because it would be between something and 1. No, yeah, nothing. I think we would be seeing something if it was even like slightly right. No, yeah, this something is wrong. Hold on, let's make sure that my light is correct. It's definitely the third one that's the directional light, 100%. It definitely is. Hmm. I think I may have to render it to the screen. It's the only way to know what's going on, really. For all we know, the matrices could be computed wrong. So I think I set it to a proj before. So let's just try this. This is in degrees, isn't it? What is FOV? Oh, it is. Do it right? Do it right. Interesting. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Do it right. All right. I will do it right. Just for you. All right, let's try it. Yeah. Okay. How do I do this? I think I had to make another shader that actually just read the depth texture from scratch. I think that that's what I have to do. I can't actually do it like this. I think yeah, I think I have to literally just make a texture, a shader that does that. Because if I do it here, it's not gonna do it. I wish I could, but I don't think that you can. I wish that this worked, but I don't think that it does. We can try it, but I don't think it's gonna let us. Let's try just rendering white or rendering red just to see. Yeah, it's not gonna render anything. I think because of the fact that it doesn't have a texture, this is only a depth texture on it. So I would have to generate a separate temp texture to do this. Okay, let's see if this works now. No. Let's see if I did anything wrong. How am I doing, bro? Bro, OpenGL? I'm doing alright. I am doing alright. Trying to figure out how to get my shadow map working again. Shadow map is such an insanely big pain in the ass every time I've implemented one. It's just a constant just source of pain for me, to be honest. Actually, yeah, let's just bind the default frame buffer. Why is this being so fucking weird? Maybe it just literally is empty? But it should be rendering something now. Become the shadow mapping god. I hope you will, because then you'll be able to tell me, you know, what the fuck to do, which would be like really, really helpful in this particular instance. Okay, here's the point where I'm just gonna straight up put, instead of the light cam, I'm just gonna put in the regular cam. You'll send me a revelation? That's awesome. I could use it. I'm pretty sure I could use it right about now. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's okay. The reason why it's on the left hand of the screen is because it's just the shadow map size and not the regular size. Okay, so we have guaranteed at this point that it is the matrix, because if you just use the regular camera matrix, everything looks fine. Let's verify that the depth, that if we use the depth buffer, it shows us something. Why is it all white? It shouldn't be white. I don't think so, at least. Maybe it's because our depth isn't linear. So let's linearize the depth. God fucking damn it. I put this new pad on my glasses and it's been fucking with me all day. What is white? White is far and black is close. It should be one of those things depending on our convention. I need to find what our... Yeah, that's probably a bit far, huh? Alright, let's try to linearize it and then see. Okay, well, shit. Okay. Well, fuck. Why does that not work? Let's try like a normal person's view near and view far. Always large for the space sim. Okay, there we go. So when we get further away, it becomes lighter, and when we're closer up, it gets darker. Which is exactly what we want to see. Okay. So this is correct. What isn't correct is our fucking is our matrix, is our view matrix for the light camera. I have to guess that that's it. Noise. What are you talking about, noise? Okay. So we're gonna go back to orthographic. You know, the thing is, as soon as we do this, then we can't linearize the depth anymore. Because this is the near and the far plane, and the near and the far plane is going to be different. We can probably do it like this. Probably do it like this. But so even doing this didn't work. Even doing this didn't work. Even doing this didn't work. What is this? aspect. It should just be an aspect of 1. So let's try a lower distance, I guess. And let's try to upload the right one again with linearized depth this time. Let's try just the regular dir, not negated. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, it's distorted because it's far away from us. Now can we try an ortho? Now that we've got that working. Okay, there we go. And that's the entire plane up there. It's just very far away from the plane, which is exactly what we want. I think that it's actually it's hard to tell if it's under it or above it. Anyway. If we have that working now, I don't know. This is exactly what we had before, and it wasn't working though. So now it's like, okay, sure, we did it. So now what? The pain in the ass is that now we have to get rid of all of this shit. And pray that it works. Because we can't test it at the same time. So this becomes blank again, and then we stop rendering this. We put this back on its own FBO, we get rid of this, and then we put everything else back. And then we see if this works. It's like the Tokyo guy as from scratch, Tokyo Spliff. I guess it's from scratch. Okay, so what is the problem? What is the problem here? $100 feels 0 to 100 feels small. It's not small. For an ortho matrix, it's not small. Huh. So it's seeing everything as shaded. Which is interesting. Oh, I did this. And we have shadows. Okay, there we go. Fucking took forever. Fucking took forever. Forever. I don't know what fixed it in the end, but whatever. So as you can see, there's aliasing issues, which I have to fix with the bias. That's the whole point of the bias. I don't really know how to do it. The bias earlier that I calculated was the diffuse, which was between that and the direction of the camera. So we could just calculate that. The equivalent of that is just to see if this works right now. That's the equivalent. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I don't have the lights in the static. So it's only gonna work for the dynamic right now. Unless I literally just like hard code the direction. So that gets rid of it on the bottom. But we can play with the values. The last engine I had to play with the values a lot to get it to anywhere where it was good, to be honest. Remember you made your first project in C++, made a calculator. You're gonna make Snake. That's a really good first step. Yeah, it's a really good first step. Yeah, let's just work in the dynamics since that's what's giving us a lot of aliasing issues. Let me just see this. Oh, that's fucking awful. Yeah, I copied this example exactly from OpenGL, but I don't know. I think that my depth was the other way around. Okay, well, it's not that. Certainly not that. Just flip the faces and set the bias to 0. What do you mean flip the faces? With the bias at 0, we were getting problems earlier. What do you mean flip the faces? I already only am... Let's try... Let's try flipping that, actually. Oh, actually, yeah, I already had Coalface back. I wonder if... Change CCW to CW. That's what I already have. That's literally what Coalface back and Coalface front mean. Yeah, I don't know. That should take care of the acne. It's not acne, it's the depth. Oh. Let's try the negative dir. Okay, there. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I may have to go back and read the tutorial on this. But let's try changing that to back, I guess. Oh. Okay, so our face convention is just backwards. Well, that's fine then. So our face convention is backwards. We have to remember that. For some reason, we have to cold face back instead of cold face front. So it's just our winding is different, which is kind of fucking cursed, to be honest, but that's fine. It is pretty dark. That is also something. I think I'm gonna move this back to 50-50 just because 40 is the max distance for it to you know, downwards, but you know, you should probably have that at 200. Yeah, I had this at 100. I don't know if that's better. Yeah, 100 it looks really fucking gross, to be honest. I wonder why I didn't do a linear. Does it just like, is it like shit when it's linear? I mean, it looks kind of fine when it's linear, to be honest, compared to what it was before. You found the bug? Yeah, I did. This is kind of how my shadow maps were before, but I think that this is why you have cascading shadow maps, so that you have it like in high res up close. So I don't think it's really a problem necessarily on my end. I have pretty small. This is pretty small, I think. But at higher resolutions, I was having some performance issues, just make the shadow map bigger, I guess. But it's, I don't know. You run into some performance issues when you have a lot of objects, you know. Yeah. I need to work on the cascade. I also need to work on, basically this should only happen for one directional light, and so I need to figure out which light that is per frame. I wonder if I can do without this bias here. Because if I can, then that would be great. Then that's something that I don't have to send to the GPU. Is that worse? I need to do hot loaded shaders for sure too. Yeah, that looks, it looks honestly the same. It looks honestly the same. So I'm just gonna get rid of that for now. If you flip face, you don't need bias to see. But you need to change for the shell script. All right, good luck on that. Good luck on that. So once per frame, what I'll do is I'll have a variable on the globals that is just current directional, and that'll find, we'll have bounding boxes for the directional lights, and it'll find a bounding a light with a bounding box here. Yeah, but then you need this too, then. And for each light, you need to have an ABB. And then when you're in a directional lights bounding box, yeah. I kind of wanted to try stacking cubes, but it's going to be kind of impossible. We can try stacking cubes. We would need to do a couple of things. We would need to make a flat. Good luck with, yeah, thank you. I'm excited for your release though. That does seem pretty awesome. Let's just make a cube. How do I do this again? And then let's just do a plane. Is there a way to, I know that there is a way, by the way, to make it to center it at the origin. I just don't know how to do that right now. And I don't really know if I really care to do that right now. Mesh transform. Snap. Cursor to world origin and then snap selection or cursor. Okay, see that's what I was talking about. Like, keep offset. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so we made a plane and cubes that go on top of it. I wonder how high this is. Well, if it's 5.2, well, yeah, I actually have. What? I wish I knew Blender more, to be honest, because then I would be able to figure out how high I'm gonna need to put these boxes. But whatever. Let's try to stack some boxes, I guess, just for fun. Okay. So, new scene, completely new scene. We are going to use our plane and our cube. And we need to know on the plane what the thing is. It's a plane. It's a plane, of course. And that's going to be true. It's a static mesh. And then for the cube, cubes will not be static meshes. Everywhere there's a ball, we need to replace it with cube. And then everywhere there's a icosphere, we need to replace it with cube. And then this, replace it with plane, 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 plane. And let's just see what that gives us. Also, we don't have textures for these. So also load in untitled3.obj because that will give us the texture. Can I make any money streaming on YouTube? I have made, I think, $40 from the YouTube channel. Most of it, you know, some of it was, but from people donating. But you know, I haven't even gotten paid because it requires $100 for you to get paid. So I'd say no, probably no. Probably not. Oh, the plane is here. Oh, the plane is here. It's just you can't see it at all. It's just completely black. Okay, let's figure that out. I think the easiest way to figure that out is by just removing the shadow from it. See if it's all shaded from the shadow or what? Oh, come on. Game engine dev streamers, it's a serious field. Are you joking? M offset equals V size. Seg fault. M offset equals V size. Oh, I don't init the mesh. I need to init this mesh. That's what I need to do. True for cube in untitled 3. I need to init the mesh even though it isn't used in my engine. Does the shadow map ortho depend on the player position? It does right now, yeah. Well, that's fucking gross. That's fucking disgusting. Yeah, the spinning is pretty funny. I don't really know why that is. It really likes to spin rather than... We have friction, by the way. We have friction. So I'm not sure why that is. Whatever. Okay, so let's try to stack some cubes, I guess. I don't know how big they are. Oh, I need to create entities for all of them. When did I get into engine dev? I didn't really, I just wanted to make a game engine and then I made it. Okay, what is the problem? What is the problem? I'm guessing... Let's see. Oh, fucking Christ. Have I ever watched Handmade Hero? Not really. Okay. Well, this is gonna be fucking annoying for some reason. MV size mesh ID I. I mean, we're going out of bounds here. It's just uninitialized data for some reason. I don't know why, but I have to figure it out. Fuck you. Yeah, 14,409. Okay, you can exit now. 14,409. Layout meshes.count. I don't understand how this could go out of bounds. Doesn't make sense why that would go out of bounds. Oh. Maybe it's that. Okay, the boxes don't seem to have collision on themselves. Oh, they don't have collision on themselves because I forgot to do that. What am I building? A game engine. I forgot to do that. I forgot to make it so that that was a thing in the resolution. I just didn't do this. Okay. This should be static mesh. We have to copy the GJK call from here. And then instead of proposed, it's going to be 0, 0, 0. And then this will be holes K dot, or not K. Right, yeah, you technically do have to do this even though we only have one hole in everything right now. How long did it take me to learn coding? I've been coding since I was like 17, and now I'm like 25, so the matrix for A would be mn local matrix, and then this is going to be mn0 local matrix, and I don't know if we return or what. I kind of don't remember what the other... I do return. It's only for that though. Do I return from here? I do return. Okay, I'll return. It's fine. Let's try it. And the mesh ID is wrong again. The fuck is going on in this this thing is so... Oh, maybe calc mesh size is off. Yeah, because I don't go... It should be like this. Probably. What? It takes a lifetime to master, I guess. I wonder if... I wonder if the mesh ID itself is corrupted. I haven't really tried to load in meshes that with like many meshes yet. If not PCB, PC resolve input impulse, not PCB player PCB. Do I find? I do. Okay. Okay, we'll go there and we'll see what's going on. 303. Not player. PCB player PCB. So PCB is somehow not a thing, which wouldn't really make sense. Do p.pc equals null here just to make sure. Oh, I don't, oh, I'm supposed to do this. I never set this. Pipidum. What is PCB? Physics component bounding? No, it's the physics component B. Okay. Uh, I feel like honestly, does this spawn point even get? I bet it doesn't. It does. No, it sets us to the spawn point, not. Okay, well, let's just set it off center so that we aren't fucking it up. We want to initialize the player. Input, go to R, do this on initialization. Okay, just so that we aren't fucking with the boxes because we spawn inside of them. Okay, so okay, so we have some wonky shit going on. We have some wonky shit going on for sure. We have some wonky shit going on. Yeah, this may be something that we have to leave to another day. I don't know why they're not. Maybe we shouldn't return. And then they... See, now they have collisions with each other. But it's like on initialization, they just fall through each other. See, now they have collisions. Yeah, they don't have a lot of mass. Yeah, I don't know what the spin is. Z up. I think that Z up makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Okay, let's lock in. Okay, so here's my theory. I have a theory. I think that they're spawning inside of each other. I don't think that we gave it enough space. So let's just double the space. Okay. What? 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 It's like when I interact with them, I wake them up. And then until I interact with them, they don't collide against themselves. What the fuck? Oh wait, this is M0. It shouldn't matter though. Oh wait, hold on a second. Hold zero. Holes zero. I was passing in the wrong holes, I think. Okay, but like, let's get fucking serious here. What? MN local matrix, MN0 local matrix. That should be correct. That black blinking stuff? Yeah, I'll try and figure that out. I give it EW0. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue. I don't have it so that it can collide with more than one thing in a frame though. So that's another thing. But I don't know if I change this value if it's gonna fuck everything up. Yeah, it just makes the force go more crazy. It still should collide with it though. Wait, hold on a second. Proposed. Do I make a proposed prop? I'm supposed to give prop, not the local matrix. I'm supposed to give prop. There we go. Okay, so every time I come up with something, it's just still wrong. It's still wrong. Maybe I am supposed to return. I don't know. I feel like this is something I gotta leave for tomorrow at this point. I want to see if they fall, if when they fall, it gives me anything here. It doesn't give me anything. Oh, wait, hold on a second. If mn0id equals mnid continue. How does it not enter into here? Holes 0, M0 holes. To be fair, I haven't really done a lot of GJK versus GJK in a while, so but yeah, that is annoying. It's very weird that it doesn't it's weird that like it wakes them up. It wakes them up. I want to see what the counts are. I want to see what the counts are. They should be exactly the same, yeah. Oh, wait a second. No, but the matrices are getting updated. Because the velocity is getting applied. So they are definitely getting updated. What happens after the player collides with it? No clue. Oh, I think I just realized something. Okay. So in GJK... Oh, I think I just realized something. Oh, okay. So... Okay. I almost thought like maybe they have the same physics component, but I don't think that they do. I don't think that they do. Because we're getting through like multiple times a frame. It's just the GJK isn't coming back as true, even though it should be true. I mean, this is going to be stupid because then they're going to fall through the floor. But I want to see... I mean, then they're never going to... Wait, what? How does that work? I guess because I didn't just comment out this. Yeah. Yeah, this may have to, you know, it's probably something that I should just spend time with later. I wanted to stack the boxes. The boxes definitely can get stacked. It's just that they don't see each other until later. I don't know why. The GJK just isn't coming true. Try offsetting a bit? Sure. Probably my next step is I'm just gonna print out the matrices. Oh. Oh wow, you were right. Huh. That's so weird. Huh, you're right. That's so weird. That is so weird. Let's get rid of the F's. I think it might be some epsilon issue then in the GJK then. If they've exactly were an edge case, yeah. Let's see if we get into EPA. Let's see if we get into EPA or if it's just the GJK. Well, that doesn't actually tell us anything because it's hard because you know, we can't just print it out obviously just for the, you know. Let's just do it for this. Okay, so if B count is greater than 3, then we can print out EPA. That'll tell us. Because for the holes, it's 8. Okay, so we don't get into EPA. So the problem is here. We don't see equality found. So I'm gonna guess that we break out here. it might just work if I do less than 0 rather than less than or equal to 0. No. Then it's this. Yeah, pretty much. Not really. I mean, GJK detects if there is a collision, and EPA gives us the normal and contact points. Huh. Yeah, I may have to. So there was always janky things that we did in here with the direction, I think. But I have no clue how I would debug it. It took us so long to get it to a point where this actually gave us the correct shit. Where it's like, yeah, I don't know. It sucks because both holes in this case have the exact same points. So them having the exact same points just does not seem like it's the greatest thing ever. Both are part of, yeah. The broad phase is really just the BVH. Yeah, the only way I could think to do it is to do 2 cubes. Let's just do 2 cubes to make it really simple. And then let's just print out when it exits what the simplex looks like. I don't even think that that's going to tell us anything though. Yeah, I might have to look up this exact issue. Because if 2 objects are exactly the contact is exactly the same points, what would happen? I'm guessing what would happen is that all of the P's would go to 0. And so that's what I would guess, right? I would guess that if I print the support.p every time, I'm guessing that I'm just going to get 0, 0, 0, 0. Wait, hold on a second. What? Oh, no. I should only be doing if b count is greater than 3. printing to a fucking terminal on Windows is slow, so... See, since it's 0, 0, 0... I wonder why there's this other one here. There's another one on top of it. All the way down, it had this. So what is it even testing against? Oh, it's testing against it, but it hasn't reached it yet. Because I don't have the GJK. The ground box I'm not testing. I'm only printing out for the box versus box collision. Yeah, so once they reach each other, then it turns into that. Yeah, I'm trying to look at the Z. Yeah, obviously the X and the Y's are going to be the same. But the Z is going to be different because it is going already in it. But I wonder if the X and the Y's are the same for multiple ones. Yeah, that might cause a problem. That might cause a problem. We're also only printing out the new support points. We should really be printing out this. We should really be printing out this here and do it before we exit. This is going to make it even laggier. Yeah, but I exited it too fast. Yeah, so on the end when we exit, this is what's... I should probably print out a count with it, to be honest. I guess if the Minkowski area has like 0 difference in X and Y, then it just collapses. Then it just simply collapses. Before running the triple product or cross product, check if the calculated direction vector is 0. Trigger simplex update steps verifies that a newly found support point isn't already in the simplex. I already do that. Manually terminate the loop and immediately return a positive collision. Fall back to brute force or distance if an exact point-to-point overlap occurs. If an exact point-to-point overlap occurs. How do I do that? When I do the cross product, do I check if it's 0? I don't think I do. Oh, I went into EPA by accident. Oh, I do check if it's greater than 0. Otherwise, I get rid of it. If point-to-point overlap occurs. I mean, like, I'm trying to think of another way that isn't, as stupid as just literally just looping through all the points and checking if A and B are ever equal. If a point on A equals a point on B, then check that. But in this case, it's not even points being equal that's the problem. It's just having a 0 area, except in one axis. And I could just literally check the area itself, and if it's degenerate, then return a collision. It just sounds stupid. That just sounds stupid. We could say if it is about to exit. The annoying thing is that it's not always a triangle, right? It could be a line and it's about to exit. It could be a triangle. It could be 1 point, right? And so how do I catch it when it has a 0 area? It could be also... No, it couldn't be a tetrahedron because then we go through and find a new support point. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, the tricky thing is, right, so let's say you have a box falling on top of another box, and all of the points have the exact same x and y, right? You need to check if that box is into that box. You can't just say, oh, if they have the same x and y, then return out, right? Because there's no guarantee that that box has hit that box yet. So it's kind of an annoying thing, to be honest. Say hi, what's up? Let's ask Jarvis. Let's see what Jarvis thinks. When all points are identical. No, yeah, Jarvis doesn't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, Jarvis doesn't even know what the AI overview has no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. It was like, hey, make sure your support points aren't the same and check before you do the cross product if it's 0. It's like, dude, yeah, I fucking know that. It's not what I'm asking. It told me not to check the Minkowski area, which seems stupid, to be honest, because that's the problem. The Minkowski area is 0. It's degenerate, right? It's completely degenerate. Let's print out I as well. We rarely get past 1. So we do this, we add 1, and then we exit out. We dot the support P with the dir. This is gonna be so stupid once I figure out whatever the fuck this is. I bet it's something dumb. I bet it's something dumb. See, the dot goes to 0, but I also like, I literally did only less than 0 and it exits out, and this didn't change anything. Now it's equality found. We do this, and then we reject this support point. Oh, we reject it. Hold on. When we have 2, if the dot is less than 0, what if we do less than or equal to? And maybe in like an exact edge case with, because we're getting rid of this support point. Then fall back to 1 and then find nothing else. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably something that I have to like look up, this exact edge case. I'm gonna look up it exactly. Cube falls through other cube when exactly on top GJK. No, you're not listening to me. If it shift this when cubes are axis aligned exactly flush, calculating the support points of the cross product can result in a zero vector. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that. Let's print out the dir every time. Let's print out the dir. See, this is what I'm fucking talking about. The direction vector is 0, which is the problem. The dir at the beginning is this. Dir starts as this. Then we find the second support point, and then it goes to 0. I think that I have to go. Unfortunately, I'm kind of getting tired, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to figure this out. But yeah, the direction is 0, which is the problem. That's what the problem is. We find this, then we add it, then we find the next direction, that's this, and then we find a new support point, and then try to find that direction, and then this cross product is 0. So what we could do, I mean, this sounds stupid, but what I could do is just literally make it so that if length, vec3 length of dir is 0 or less than equal like -4, then just return a collision. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, well, that didn't seem to work either. Oh, because then the simplex is broken for EPA if I do that, unfortunately. So that doesn't work either. If I just pass EPA a polytope that doesn't have 4 points, then that doesn't work. So I have to figure out a way that if the dir is 0, I don't know. Yeah, I need to figure out a way. All right, I'm gonna peace out. Thank you. I'll be back soon, and I'll probably figure this out tonight. But yeah, fun stuff. Got the lighting working and stuff, and the shadows look like shit. But I'm gonna have to talk with my friend and see if they know how to make it look less shit. All right, peace out.